Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. It's the 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 11th of August, 2026. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything that's I see on my two primary trading monitors, which are Bookmap and IRT, Investor RT, is captured on the video, and my voiceover or narration here provides it's not voiceover because I think that means afterwards, but anyway, this is live commentary, so my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking. And this is I only trade live real time on the stream. I never trade off the live stream. And that is live in Bookmap. Live data, real trading. So any trades that I take or that I narrate are graphed and displayed completely, transparently, fully accountable, and remain that way forever. So it's never a rearview mirror, playback, trading view, oh, I got long here, whatever, any of that crap. I'm so sick of all that. And this is my trading journal. So, having said that now, the purpose of the stream is not for trade advice or financial advice, but it's my trading journal. So what good would it be if I didn't capture my trades? I don't think it makes any sense. So that's the point. And this is what I'm doing now in hopes that it will help, be entertaining, or stimulate conversation. It's not my way or the highway. All right. I think that's enough of that noise. We have new home sales out at 9 o'clock today in the numbers department. Let me just get zooming over to the numbers deal here. There we go. So this is investing.com. It's my original news source that I like, because I like the way I can present the way it presents the screen capture and post somewhere or whatever else. Here's the new existing home sales, and this is releasing at 9, not 7:30 like normal. Yes, it's free. That's why there's ads every place. You can filter for wherever you are. My thinking is that if I keep it like this and free, then anybody that comes through the stream could have access to the same resource. They don't have to. Wouldn't do me much good, or wouldn't do anyone else much good if I had a Bloomberg terminal and $35,000 a month or a year or whatever it is. And how would that help anybody? I don't think it would, other than show off, I guess. So this is investing.com. They only report traditional economic calendars and reports. You notice if you hover over the event title, you'll see turns into a URL. So if you don't know what existing home sales for July is, you can click that link and find out all about it. We are in earnings season, full swing, but there's no critical earnings. I promise it'll update. There's no critical earnings. What is going on out today? I don't know what's going on with this thing. The hell with it. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, which is a similar idea. There's a calendar and there's a squawk box. Now, the squawk box is pretty nice because it gives you a running heads up of what's going on. Sometimes, well, here you go, right here. Sometimes they will pull non-traditional events into the calendar, like right here. This just came into the calendar. Trump attends Patriots game final at 1800. Well, they include these because they know that there will be a microphone moment here, and whenever some of these people get around a microphone, we could have something said that could interrupt the auction. It's not going to do anybody any harm here now today at my stream at 1800. But this is an example of that. And I appreciate it. It's not any political advice or political commentary, but it's the truth. Today, as traders, our primary concern is to preserve our account. And the fundamental way that you do that is with risk management. And if you don't know about a risk, it's pretty hard to manage it. So there you go. Now, this is the Squawk Box side, which I said is quite handy. You see things that come along here like this. It tells you the time and what's going on. So that's pretty handy. And we have to keep up with the news. Anybody that says I don't pay attention to news or reports is a YouTube influencer that's not really trading, in my opinion. All right, let's get on to the pre-market. Quite an interesting night. Here was the close. Here was the open. We are going to be gap up. And we basically have just kind of climbed the stairs, right? Looking at this, you would have to say we're about 80%, 85%, 75, 80% long inventory in a fairly balanced market after a fairly balanced RTH session yesterday. So what do I think that means? I would say we should be looking for an open auction to take some profit with a little responsive selling. That'd be my guess. But that's just a guess. And this is, I don't really understand these markets today, to be honest about it. It's just pretty crazy to me. So this is IRT, Investor RT, and just a couple of notes about this platform. If you notice, the header of all these windows is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always look at that and know where you are if you don't. This is the MES, the MNQ, MES high time frame chart, market profile, micro composite, market profile up above us here. Now, I don't change the market profile from ES to MES. I do change the session from full session to RTH. I just don't see a need for that. And then there is a similar tab that does all the same exact configuration for the minis, not the micros. Okay. So let's start with a high time frame. MES, daily candlesticks, 1 day period, day session. So each one of these candles represents an RTH trading session. This was yesterday. And so on. Now, wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. No overlap, no volume profile. It's pretty simple. So when I do the volume profile, it generates a micro composite VPOC, which is 775, baby. And these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by these red and green lines. And they are, the values for those high and low volume nodes are pushed to Bookmap, as are the session prices here, pushed to Bookmap. Let's see what the volume looks like today. Light again. We've been in the 60s every day now, and we're down at $1.25 ATR per 1 minute candle. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Let's look at Bookmap. Well, here we are. First, with Bookmap, this is the chart, the heat map, whatever, and this column is the active data column here. You notice how there's no last price, and it's just dogging up and down. This is right here, right now, current market. I put this blue boy indicator over here, which is nothing but a vertical line, on the first print of each session. So when I glance left, if I see Blue Boy, and I know this is right here, right now, I know without any doubt that this is the full overnight session. Context. I can't have an excuse that I didn't know what the context was. And I find that helpful. The columns here on the right side, from the right, are the micro composite, where I enter the micro composite VPOC and those kinds of things. The high and low volume nodes, which are pushed from IRT to bookmap. There's one. This is the full session volume profile. It started plotting at 1700 last night. And hey, Anton. Yeah. Well, I did some checking last night and discovered that the batteries on both my UPS and the same one, which I have given to Bangtown for her machine, are pooped out. So I got to get new UPS batteries. That's what it was. The power did go out, but the reason all my crap died was the UPS just fell over the second. What's the problem with these UPSs, at least the CyberPower ones I've got? They can have a residual charge on the batteries, but they have no amp hours behind them, right? So when you look at the screen, it's got full charge, but there's no amp hours there. There's no amp. So the second there's a load on it, falls on its head. I discovered anyway. So that's where that's at. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Twice. Jesus. Anyway, where was it? Oh, yes. So the full session volume profile started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. These are the RTH volume profile in Delta that'll reset at 8:30. This is the statistics column, and that's pretty important to me. We'll redo that in a second. And these are the session prices, which push from IRT to bookmap. I don't have a dome on here anymore because there's a lot of taking up too much space with the columns, but I have the two most important dome columns in my opinion, which is the full resting liquidity level 2, the full book, ask and bid. And then these are the prices. There's no indicator on my bookmap or my IRT. There are just volume, probabilities, and price, which are, gets me in enough trouble. So over here we have the POCs, which are nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts traded in the session. That's it. Right now at 27.92 is the most contracts that traded at whatever this price is up here, 27.88 or 77.88. And the minute another price trades one more contract, that yellow line's going to move there. That's all there's to it. There's a VWAP, which you could argue is an indicator because they're calculated. There's one for the Globex and for the RTH, and there's a mid. These lines on the heat map are pushed from from IRT to bookmap. These levels are things that I'm going to be trying to trade off of today. I can also push the session prices or whatever, but I'm not going to. So that's basically it. The IB high and low sometimes confuse people, and that's because of the naming, I guess. I don't know who decided the first 1 hour of the RTH was the initial balance, but somebody did. I suppose maybe Pete Stottlemyre. I don't know. He's the guy that invented market profile. The IB high and the IB low are nothing more complicated than the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. They just mark that. That's all there is to it. So the stats levels, let's look at that. The first thing I need to do is determine the open type. Very simple, just two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, which is the current market, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There's the close, higher than the close. How would this compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high and the lows down here. So it's within range. Yesterday it was higher in range as it is today. If it were not, I would change the column title like this. And I do that every day so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, or anybody can, that's looking at the screen, they know this is the open type for the day, and that tells you the relationship. Next thing we're going to do is delete these statistics because they applied to yesterday. And we'll go get the new ones. And we're going to get them by this right here. Now, let's update this. So we've determined that we're going to open higher in range. Notice that IRT will conveniently highlight the correct column after the open at 8:30. And they will also change the text color of each level from black to blue as it's revisited. But the way the system works is simple. Looks back at 1,847 trading days, the most recent 1,847 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher in range, 576 of them. Of the days we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.7. Boop, there you are. That's all there is to it. Now I'm going to just zoom down the list here. The overnight high is 74.8, the mid 74.3. There you go. Overnight high 74.8. Overnight mid 3, and so on. Value area high 69.8. Previous close 68.6. Where the IB? Yeah, there we go. IB high 67.9. And obviously it's important to put the initials there because the minute we open, price is going to move away from this level. Same with the POC, etc. It may be close to here right now, but you know what I mean? It's not going to be exactly there. Previous close 66.1. Previous POC 66.1. What else we have over here? IB low 59.4. This will definitely move way up below price, right, on the open. Previous low 34.2. Where'd previous high go? Mm-hmm. 58.5. I'm getting a lot done in a hurry here. I must be forgetting something. 48.1. Okay. Value area low. Where'd you go? 55.2. Okay. Well, that ought to just about do it for that, I guess. Got a lot of them in there. All right. So that's how that works. And now let's get on to the next order of business, which is the TLab snap, I guess, since we're coming up to 8:30. The TLab snap is something I do every day at 8:20, and I do the reports or that stuff early in the morning. It's the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it was started by a guy named Tom B. And this is why I don't multitask very well. Started by a guy named Tom B. He's got 48 years experience or something like that. And he, I think he started in the 80s somewhere. This is the snap I put in there every day at 8:20, just to give anybody in there access to whatever levels they or numbers they may or may not have, to kind of, add a little support or solidarity or respect or whatever else. Now, the TLab is not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. It's sponsored by Bookmap, so obviously they would love it if you were to subscribe. But to my knowledge, never to this moment has anybody ever been solicited for anything in there. So, there you go. That's the TLab. Okay, I'll have a look in a second here. I'm going to get this thing ready to trade and set up for the magic box at the bottom of the hour here. So the next thing I need to do, having done the TLab, is to be able to trade. And in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel, pick an account. Now I don't need the trade control panel stuff anymore, so I'm gonna close that again, and that I have all the metrics up here. You don't have to have these. You can turn them off or on, but I like them because I want the real estate back over here on my screen. Then I have cancel and close. Now the important bits happen over now. And that is to set up make sure the trading statistics is on the right account. I do. Multi-brackets is on the right thing. What is this? All this crap. I don't want all this crap. I thought I had these set up properly last night. I'm going to just change this quickly to a 2 and save that. I think it may be too big, but we'll see. Now I should see that a 2 lot should be queued up to trade over here. Let's look. Look at there. Isn't that cute how that works? All right. And what else do I got to do over here? The multi-bracket, multi-account stuff. This stuff should be pretty much preset because I was open, last night. So we're ready to trade. We're going to open in about 7 minutes. How this wait a minute. Cool. Yeah. What's the name of this GEX thing that you got going on? Anyway, let me get this set up with the 5-minute or the 30-second bar, so I'm ready to do this if it opens and I can actually do it. All these sweeps are starting to bother me. Jesus, it seems like a lot of stuff going on here. I'm not sure exactly what, but anyway. Now what I'm going to do is get this set up for this one trade that I'm trying to figure out called that a colleague in here does every day. Oh, well, not every day, but a couple, 3 times a week. And it's simply an opening range breakout based on a 30-minute opening range, which is pretty tight, I'll have to admit. But it works out pretty good when I test them at home. I mean, when I test them, you know, looking backwards. Now, the thing I'm going to do now is widen this out. So I've got 30 seconds down here on the bottom. That's 30 minutes, right? And if it doesn't look, if the price action doesn't look good to me, I'm not mechanically going to throw this on. So there we go. All right. If it's a real tight range and it doesn't look right, I don't think I'll do it, but we'll see. Okay. Let's just confirm I've got it ready. 2 lots. All right. To-doom, to-doom, to-doom. There we go. I think 24 candles or handles is too big. I think 12 is probably closer to right, but we'll see what happens. That's 6 points. Yeah. All right. So that is set up now. What, buddy? What's he screaming about? Hold on a minute here. All right, the GEX levels. They won't set. I don't think they reset on this thing, on this trading view story until the open. It says negative gamma 8.25 right over here. And negative gamma, yeah. Where's the regime? 70. These are the same GEX levels as yesterday, I believe. I can look and see, but yeah. I think that they will be resetting here before. I think it resets it just before the open or something, and that's going to happen in a couple of minutes. So I'm going to get back away from this to the other thing over here and see if I can figure out how to do this. The magic box. Yeah, I wouldn't know either. I'm just barely getting my head around what's happening with this whole thing. It is amazing, though, as we've talked about a lot, that the GEX story makes perfect sense, you know, to be something that you would want to pay attention to. Now, what I'm going to do with this thing is when we open, which is going to be in a couple of minutes, these are 30-second bars. This is 30 seconds on the time clock. I'm going to throw a long above the 30-second bar and a short below it, and we'll see where this thing goes. My initial feeling would be that we're going to trade lower first. If that doesn't happen, I'll be a little bit apprehensive about putting on an order. Frankly. And I don't know about how many times I would go back to the well within the first 30 minutes either. Typically, I would be looking at this for the initial balance trade, which is the first 1 hour, after the first 1 hour. And or depending on the return to open. So let's see what happens. Okay, we're on the right thing. We're set up. I'm going to open in 30 seconds. Let's hope that happens. IRT will undoubtedly fall on his noggin. Oh, wait a second. Well, I'm not going to do that now. those reset too early as far as I'm concerned, and I don't know why. That the clock in Bookmap thinks that this was 8:30. So now we have the 1 minute. There we went down as I had expected, or as I was, mentioned I thought we ought to. Man, that kills Bookmap every time, and I have that turned off. I don't mean Bookmap, I mean IRT. Putting that order in crashes Bookmap. And I have the account set on, well, now I have to pay attention to what I'm doing here and not be doing the wrong thing. I don't even see how to move the goddamn stop, to be honest with you. There we go. Boy, that's irritating. Well, that's amazing, isn't it? Look, they've come down there twice within a tick of that price. Son of a gun. Go figure. How that can work. How could I be so unlucky as to have my entry be one tick off? Jesus. That's amazing. I'm going to trail up here behind this POC, I think. Just to take a little bit of profit out of it. Unreal. I can't imagine that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we get or not. There we go. Okay. I'm starting to think maybe this is better to, well, look at there. Oh, look at that. What that sweep was about. Huh? Keep sneaking this down there. Maybe we can get somewhere. I don't know why they're doing that, but there's POCs down below us. Developing value area low is way below us. I'm just going to keep trailing tight. Oh, no, don't want to do that. Let's get right there. Well, let's see if we can get down here. Try to restart IRT again. Son of a bitch. Well, look at it go. I think this is what Magic calls. I got paid now, paid and waiting on the runner, or something like that. And yeah, I can't update my IRT stuff because this is not the open. Obviously, this is yesterday. Because there we go. All right. Let me just close this off. All right, there we go. Now I'm going to try to get IRT going over here. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Okay, I'm not going to do the Magic continues to trade this thing for the first 30 minutes. I'm going to worry about getting IRT back to business. Get this moved on to a normal normal configuration without 30-second candles and stuff going on here. So let's do that first so that the thing looks like it's normal again. Boom. Well, that worked out okay. Cool for me. Thank you, Magic, my brother. Okay, there we go. Now let's figure out. Man, this thing is irritating. Okay. That is so frustrating. I got to figure out how to completely shut that thing off. Okay. That is so frustrating. Okay, now, Anton, let's see what the heck we've got going on with the GEX stuff. I guess I've got IRT back to where it's not auto stupid anymore. Still got 19-second lag on the micros. Nothing on the NQ, on the mini NQs. That's pretty weird. Huh. Anyway, all right, let's see what this says. That all looks the same to me. I don't think any of this changed. As far as the max pain, the HLV, the mid, the put wall, or the GEX flip, negative gamma 20.75. I mean, that's changed. That was 8 something a few minutes ago. That's because of this, I guess. Negative, that's how many points we are. So let's 79. I think those are the exact same numbers as yesterday. I'll look and see, but now I gotta hope IRT doesn't fall on its head. No, I don't think so. Okay, I'm gonna move it over here because I can't remember all those numbers quickly. 8,000, huh? The VU trigger is 8,000. Here was 79.50. Well, okay, so it did change. The call wall is 79.50. The mid is below us, 77.5. Yeah, they did all change. The GEX flip, 8,000. Max pain, 7,700. Stayed the same. Put walls, 76.50. Stayed the same. HVL, where'd that go? That's a 77.25. Ooh. Don't want to do that. Okay. There we go. That's what I had. And I've now got them all over here to bookmap. So, I mean, to, what do you call it? IRT and then to bookmap. So there we go. What's the name of this program you got going on? Pretty cool. Whatever. Sounds great anyway. I need some water here. Stand by. Okay. Okay, here we are. Oh, here we go. We're going to get to my. Did we already get there? I think we already got to my other target. Yeah, we did. We would have been to this target already now. But I don't feel bad about taking this off. I would have never been stopped. So there you go, you know. It's the same old story. A bird in the bush, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, well, that would have been like always. 7770. Okay, yeah. That's the previous IB high, according to my world, in this liquidity down here. Okay, well, my old little free thing isn't nearly as good as your program, whatever the name is. But yeah, cool. That's good for you. Good. I mean, that's great. Mm. Oh, my. Ah. Oh, boy. Okie dokie. Yeah. What are we doing now? Let's see here. Don't see what I expect here. What's going on over here? Oh, yeah. I had to restart everything. I forgot. Hmm. Really? 87 quarter? Jesus Christ. 92.71. It's only 20 handled. Well, it hasn't fallen over yet, so I'm pretty happy about that. Well, yeah, 826 contracts down here absorbed. This is absorption. But this is absorbing the buyers, so they capped it at that. I don't know. Coming up to the IB 30 here. Kind of disappointed that I'm not disappointed at all. What the hell? I did what I did. What was I just doing over here or something? Something. Oh yeah, I'll get rid of the TLab chart. Don't need that. Don't need that updating. The stats. Are you going to be right? Yeah, there you go. GEX levels, are those right? I'm assuming these. Well, yeah, here we are. There's a big pile of liquidity laying down there at the 69s and 70s, as you point out, about 700 contracts. So we've got a B shape going on today, huh? Which is long liquidation, selling, baby. Let's see here now. This changed a little bit. Damn, Blue Boy's sleeping in over here. Well, there you are. There's the context so far today. Kaboom. Down we go. Now, yesterday, when this thing fell over about a zillion times, I did not have, when it came back up, I didn't remember any of this trade stuff, so I'm going to make these snaps just in case I'm unlucky twice. And, oh, wrong one, okay. Just in case I'm unlucky once or twice or 3 times or something like that. For the journal and for the purpose of the stream. There we go. Now, fall on your head now, bitch. I won't care. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, Magic will be disappointed I didn't let the runners win, which it would have been right there. But I took them both off at 24. Okay. Well. We've been to the previous value area low already, as far as I'm concerned. That's right here at 77 or 72s, 72 quarter. And you've got 71 half. I suppose that's probably ES. And let's see here. Yeah, that'd be value area. We just did go through the value area high, which is right there. This is all on my stuff, of course. And that's it right there. It's 86. We haven't gone up now to the previous IB high or, oh yes, we have. Never mind. Look at right there. On the opening swing, actually. So the overnight high and the previous RTH high is basically where we haven't been, and the overnight low. What's this? Previous low, I think. Yep. I remember the stats for that, but 34.1. Let's see now. IB30 happened. Microphone out of my way here. Well, they come up to that GEX flip and that thing sure turns around, and it is almost kind of amazing. 79.97 and at 7,800 is the flip. I on this thing I've got up anyway. It's pretty funny, pretty amazing. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the previous day's high. I'm sorry, the 9,700 is the previous day's high. I think we're doing that again today, aren't we? Hold on, nobody move. No, that's previous day's high. Today's high, I think, is right over here. Pretty close, but 6 within a point. That doesn't look right. This is the ETH. What happens if I change this thing to RTH, I wonder? Okay. I'm not sure that works very well for me. 91 quarter. That's not exactly right. I've got 92 on IRT. Nice. That's a good trade. Many points. 15, is it? Yeah. Great. And on the ES, that's a nice chunk of change. That's pretty funny. Hmm. I'm not sure I understand where that is, but ooh, trading up a storm. Good, go get him there, brother. Above 86. Okay. Okie dokie. Man, there's a huge delay. I am not sure why that would be, but I can guarantee there is. Well, there was that responsive selling I was thinking about on the pre-market. I forgot all about that, but it seems to have come to pass. And, I'm just looking back at it now. Obviously, that's what I got. It was short. Should have held for the T2, but hey, I'm okay. Okie dokie. Now, let's see here. Can't see what I'm doing. So 15 minutes to the IB. What is, for those who don't know, what is the IB? It is the initial balance. Remember, in the pre-market, it's the high and the low of the first 1 hour. There is an extremely well understood statistic that is associated with that, and it is the most probable statistic of every trading day. And it's right here. 98%. Today it's 97.1% probability. 98.1, 97.1. This means that at some point, this says that at some point today, in the balance of the RTH trading session from 9:30 until 1600 Central Standard Time, there's a 97.1% probability that price will revisit the IB high or the IB low. That's the initial balance statistic. And then there's a plethora of things that people try to do around that. But that is the basic stat. So, there we go. And right now we're smack in the middle. This is the mid, remember? So we're right exactly halfway between the IB high and the IB low. Yeah, we are definitely consolidating. We're smack, as I was just saying, we're smack on the middle. Smack on the mid. Yeah, nice. And you're trading minis, so that's good money. Look at that. There's a sweeperoonie. 738 stops swept. I've changed this sweep thing around this morning before the stream. It was looked to me like I was sweeping all over the, sweeping the floor everywhere. So I'm trying a different thing. I'll show you what it is. I don't guess you care, but what the hell was that? Sweeps, there you go. I changed it to automatic mode and the 30-minute SD interval, and then it's the SD multiplier is 10. So this is the standard deviations of that, and then this multiplies that. It seems like it may be, smarter than I am. We'll see. I don't know. Here is your GEX levels and your flips and bips and mids and all that stuff saying the same on your set, whatever, your platform, your whatever that thing. platform, I guess. Or no, application. There we go. That's what the word I'm looking for. I haven't even opened whatchamacallit yet. The only thing I've noticed on this thing that changes frequently can be the mid. It can move around because of price. I guess that makes perfectly good sense, I suppose. Right now it is what? 62.5. And earlier today it was Earlier today it was 77.50. Is that right? That must be 77.5, not 72. Wait a minute. Nobody move. Boy, my eyes are getting terrible. Yeah, 77. 77.62.50, and before it was over here. Or how can that be? What the hell does this say? 77.62.50. So it was 77.5. It's moved up 12 handles. That would be something nice to have automatically pushing to IRT. Mid. Okay, you know. Whoops, I don't want to do that. Yep. Well, we're zooming in on the IB stat, but I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to be gung-ho to go running after this. This looks to me like we're going to be in a, just a rotational. Oh, I just was asking about your GEX thing. Whether it was changing around or anything. I noticed that that freebie that I'm looking at has got the only thing that really changed was the mid from 70 up to 62.50. I was saying that would be nice to have automatic. I just changed it manually. That's all. Oh, nothing. This had changed. Obviously, as price goes down, it moves around. I'm assuming that your the new platform that you're looking at for the GEX levels and all that works with ATAS. That's great. Yeah, this talk about congestion, huh? Both POCs, the mid, and both VWAPs within a handful of handles. Oh. Let's see, I haven't even looked at the... let's see here, we didn't, did we? Yeah, we've closed the gap and closed the everything. What am I doing now? Oh yes, I was gonna say I hadn't looked at the edgeful beauty here today. Chicago cash. Well, %, 74% probability we're going to take a single break. 21 we're going to break double, and 4% we're going to take neither. That's pretty much every day the same idea. Tuesday, is today Tuesday? Yes it is. Okay, 72%, 24 and 4. Okay. And that's only looking back at 6 months, which is, this is pretty interesting. There's no data. Oh, wait. I can tell you exactly why there's no data. This is already... There we go. There we are. But here's the problem I'm noticing. For example, that's 25 occurrences. That's not statistically significant enough to, you know, be considered, I don't think. That's a little better. There's 104. That's a little bit better. And which was formed first? I'm going to say the high. Let's look. I don't remember. Yeah, there's the high. Formed first, and there's the low. I wish I could figure out a way to move this dashboard for the IB somewhere where I could see it on the same chart, because then I have to go back and forth like this. So we got a 20 and 3/4 handle. It's IB, it's bearish, and here we are. Which is not a big surprise. 20 3/4 handles. And we got a minute and a half to go, so it's not going to change much. We're going to be in the 25 to 50% ending zone, and it's 0.267. I guess that's where we're going to be. Maybe not. Wait a minute. If AI is saying that institutions are buying higher strikes, that means that brokers or market makers have got to be selling the underlying, right? So that means they're selling the futures. Right or wrong? Yeah. don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think so. I think that's the point. If they're buying into the towards the flip, then brokers are selling against it. I think. And what happened here? Oh, we're gonna get up and close in the. Did we close? Oh, boop. All right, so we're gonna close in the 50 to 75 ending zone, and it's a 276. There we go. Now I'll get back to the. Or 267, get back to the GEX thingy over here. Go back over here. Put in these zones. 50 to 75 and 2.6 and boom. So there's 100% chance. I don't believe that for a minute. Sorry. Oh, goddamn. That's kind of interesting. So if I leave it all things being equal, filter wise and everything else. Now, and we put in the IB high first, which is what we did. Now we have a 50-50. Watch this. Let's go to 2 years. And, that's accurate data, but here's the problem. With these filters, there's been 6 occurrences over 2 frickin' years. So that's got me puzzled. I mean, I can understand that the more granular the filter becomes, the less instances there's going to be, but that still is pretty weird. Yeah. So do you, am I correct in assuming, back to the GEX story and all of that stuff and AI and everything, Is it not the case that as strikes are bought towards the level or bought up, the market makers have got to sell the underlying to delta hedge? Isn't that right? Oh, there you go. Oh, okay, that might make sense. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I didn't see your answer. Let me think about that for a minute. Yeah, that does make sense. Okay. But according to the rules or the thing that I read, when your negative gamma, as price goes down, they sell the underlying. As price goes up, they buy the underlying. Oh man. Jesus. Let's just see what I see here. Okay, maybe I'm just too dumb to do this. Yeah, it says that when it's negative gamma, market makers buy into strength and sell into weakness. So they would be buying in strength, I guess that means. Okay. We'll see. This AI that you're referring to now, are you whatever you call it when you ask AI stuff, are you asking things continually? This is just a running dialogue that your platform is putting out, is that right? Either way, cool. Excuse me. Well, we're well past the initial balance zone, and we are just stuck in the middle. I will likely be happy with my little I haven't looked at any of their particular videos since before, I think. But it makes, I mean, I understand your logic. If traders or whoever, institutions, are buying calls, the dealer's selling them calls, so they're short. So they need to buy. Is that what you said? They need to buy. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, that's very cool. Well, here we go. Banging around right around yesterday's IB high. Well, and the big sweeperoonie. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm sure I would hate it if I was doing all the typing myself. Though that would be the difference of using Discord as opposed to using this whatever YouTube thing. The Discord, of course, everybody can talk and screen snap and do all that stuff. I don't know if. No. Never mind. Stupid, even to think of that. No, in order for you to be able to have audio everywhere, it would have to be going through my machine to the stream, which you can do with my mixer. But that's way over my pay grade as a audio video guy. I don't mind typing on a keyboard. I'm pretty fast, and easy. I've done for such a long time, but man, I hate the phone worse than death. My fingers just don't fit, and then autocorrect happens, and I'm coming up with some random weird crap that I send to somebody. Look at there how we're just tucked right on that, right on the IB high from... No, that's not the IB high. That's the Asia high. I forgot this doesn't have time zones on it. Okay. I'm just reading up. I see your answer about the AI integrating with with ATA. Hey, magic guy. Yo ho, and a bottle of rum. I did the magic box and it worked out okie dokie this morning on this RTH session. Right over here. Only I chickened out and closed it. I trailed up real tight and it did go down to the T2, but I'm not disappointed. Anton's kicking ass every which way but loose. He's got some automated girlfriend over there telling him what to do, whispering secrets in his ear and doing all kinds of stuff. Oh, man. And this is talk about blender sports today, I'll tell you. They're whacking them up right, left, and center. You can just hear them screaming as they jump into the blender. Excuse me. Ooh. Man. I mean, you know, there's 5 handles if you're good at mean reversion or scalping, I guess, or inclined to do so. And look at that square dance the POCs are doing. That's a long frickin' way to go to that POC or that IB high. Wow. Man, I'll tell you. Well, there's some at 92, 87. I mean, on my thing, and down at, there's several pretty good ones down at 71 half, 71 3/4, 90, 89. I'm sorry, 69. Down here, this one's been in the book a long time. Well, they've all come in after the open that I'm seeing here. And this 239's been sitting on the GEX flip for a long time. But these are all in the market since, 9 o'clock-ish, 8:30-ish that I see. And I have this at 200 or something. Let's see. 2 1/4. That's the cutoff. This seems like this one and this one are the two biggest. Let's see how I can get those to do something. There we go. So it's 248 and 226. Ooh, Mom. Ooh. Baby. No. What? 77. I don't have anything there, but oh wait, yeah, a little bit here. 205. Excuse me. I guess if you were a real good scalper with just a real tight asymmetrical trade location, this would be fine. These would be great, just rotations of, what are we talking about here? 85 to 90s, 85 to 79, 6 points. Seems kind of scary to me though. But kind of algo country maybe. Okay, let's see something here. SPX, right? Let's see what this thing says about SPX. Well, this says the GEX flip is 77.50 and it's above there. Way above there. You guys looking at? Yeah, you are. Okay. So that's one hell of a humongous difference. Is yours say that? Is yours what is all your price action above the GEX flip? And Max Payne is at 76.75, and wow, that's a pretty big deal, I would think. The put wall's got to be way down here. Yeah, this is completely the other side on mine. Largest call position 77.80. Where's 77.80? Yeah. Is that what that says? I can't read anymore. Mine are so far gone. No, that's the biggest call position here is the call wall, and that's it's 7,900 on this one, on this SPX. That's a big deal. That's a real big deal, I think. How the hell can that be? Huh. Let's see what the ES is. Do I have the ES even on here anymore? Now, if I go to the ES, it's back where it was. Wow. Now I'm really confused. Well, okay. Completely different than I've got. There you go. Wow. 5-minute SPX. GEX flip is 77.5. According to this, and price is trading at 77.6750. So wow, that's really freaking disappointing. Not funny, but you know, funny is. Well, I give up. Well, according to this, the SPY is short gamma. Beats the hell out of me, dude. And the SPX. Is it SPX or SPY? Maybe I misread. No, SPX. That's what I thought. We're short gamma everywhere, near as I can tell. I don't know. Back to the drawing board, I guess. If we're in, we're in negative gamma. Price is below the GEX flip on my stuff in the micro ES. So, and even on the SPX, is positive gamma over here. Oh, wait a minute here. In short, yeah, because we're above it. Exactly. Because we're above the flip. Dealer flow is short gamma. And what else we got floating around over here? ES, right? The ES is negative gamma on this thing. That's a pretty big deal, actually. I'm pretty bummed out about that whole thing. I mean, if you can't depend on, it's like, you know, what, if you can't depend on what the data is saying, what can you do? I don't know. I would suppose the gamma or the GEX program or whatever the hell it is you're using, application. I never seem to remember that. I assume it's paid for or free. I mean, my default usually is if it's free, well, it's probably not as accurate as something that's been paid for. You know what I mean? That could be. That may not be valid, but that's how I think. Yeah, it sucks. There's nothing worse than this is a, you know, that's why I call it blender, retail soup, because all they're doing is just grinding up the guys who can't refrain from clicking the mouse. I think. And of course, now that we say that, here it goes. Unless, you know, I get a Trump dump or who knows what, some external news impetus that comes along and ruins everything. Right back to settlement and the close, though. Real light volume also. Well, there's the IB stat anyway. And then I would guess it's probably going to go up a little bit. Or has it been? Wait a minute. Yeah, it did. It did. So if you got long real quick on that IB pop, then there you go. But that's only 2 handles. So that's probably not so great. Well, what does this thing say? This thing says completely the opposite of everything else. I'm not even going to look at that anymore today. GEX thingy says nothing. Fading down towards the mid on my stuff. We did, in fact, take out the IB. Let's just check. Yeah. The IB low. How low can you go? And there you are. Disappointing that GEX stuff isn't working on my side. Apparently. Well, as you see, the IRT has got sweeps and stops down here. Well, if I'm correct, then yeah, oh yeah, here we go. The negative, they're supposed to be selling, so I guess that's what they're doing. Look out those liquidities you were looking at. Still have the overnight low, previous low. my initial instinct would be to go short after that IB test, but I don't think this is any kind of action for breakout stuff, which is what that would be. And you know, the minute I say that, it'll go thundering down to the previous low. But I am yeah, I have to start being more conscious about things like double highs, and doesn't get anywhere, and just short it with an asymmetric trade and say, to hell with it. I think that's the way to. That's just rearview mirror bullshit, though. BS, I should say. Does your Anton? Does your new GEX application? Is it an intraday updating thing or end of day? Or I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know. I would suppose if those some of the I guess they all have to do something, but I suppose the major like this even this free thing over here I've got. Updates the mid and the, you know, positive gamma, negative gamma, and all that stuff intraday. But the main things, I think the main things like the call wall and the put wall and those are only updated once a day, I believe. Seems so to me anyway. I don't know if there's a benefit or not to intraday. Oh, it's tea time now, so we can jump over there and hear what I should have done today. Tom will be able to share the insights of the market. I'm sure. I would imagine they all got short off the open, probably. This wouldn't have been much help today. Let's see if anything else has done anything. Nothing here. As a matter of fact, is there even a system in there? Yeah. Okay. Let's delete that. Well, this would have very definitely been a short and not stopped out yet. A, B, trigger plus and down. Ooh, look at them go. Big sweep and dump they go. Dumperoonie. What the hell was that all about? That was a big sweep from hell there. Oh, cool. Cool, thanks. Well, was that a Trump dump or what the hell was that for? Or did they just finally decide they had gotten everybody as long as they needed them and then whammo? What may have happened over here? Oh, okay. So am I on the right one now? I guess that's what caused that. I suppose that was that. That's about exactly the right time, so that's what happened there. An oil must have gone shooting up. Excuse me. Oil must have gone shooting up, so there we go. Geopolitical, thank you so much. Jesus. 7 months ago, there was no war. There was no problem with the Straits of Hormuz. No dead Americans or Iranians. Jesus, what a weird world. What a truly weird world. And you never hear any commentator or anybody talk about that. Well, you know, this is something we cooked up and brought on ourselves. 5 months, starting 5 months ago, or whatever it's been, and nobody said it, or at least I don't hear them. I find it so strange. Or maybe I'm crazy. That's likely. And they go right back into consolidation again. Excuse me. Wow, I got something stuck in my throat here. Well, what do you say? I don't know. Man, I think something throat there. I hate to keep clearing my throat. Excuse me. Well, welcome to risk neutral trading. I see numbers flying around over there of views, but I appreciate it. It's my virtual trading journal. Only trade live on Bookmap. So here we are. And of course we all saw this double top here at the and got short. Didn't everybody? Didn't everybody? One hell of a bar they got building up down here, Anton. There you go. I would have no faith in this thing other than that dumped on news. So that's out of nowhere. Now they're trying to price that in or what? Yeah, that would be a pretty big one, all right. The one you've got now, or that you're trying now, is different from these other two then. I mean, it doesn't do similar stuff. Seems pretty comprehensive to me from whatever, as you've been explaining it. I've heard about spot gamma literally for years. I mean, not, maybe one or two or three, maybe. I had never really paid any attention to it, but I've heard about it. People in the TLab, I think, were talking about it, and maybe even around Top Step. Maybe when I used to, a few years ago when I was doing that. Yeah, spot gamma was the first one I've ever heard about, if I remember. Yeah, I'm sure that's correct. And to be honest about it, I know so little about options and stuff. I thought it was, to do with options trading, not as it related to what we're trading, as we now, as I've now come to learn. And makes perfect sense. Yeah, well, the general context of the entire day is south, so would be hard pressed to get a long going on. Myself. But yeah, I mean, you make a lot more money at this than I do. You just say now and I'll get long. That's what we need to do. Just go long, short, boom, boom. Okay. See if I can wake up a little here. The Magic Man. Whoa. Sorry about hitting the mic boom there. Yeah, exactly. That's the same way with stops and stuff and sweeps over here. Is it somebody getting out or somebody, picking up liquidity to get directional? That's exactly. That's kind of why this GEX thing is I suppose exciting or interesting to me, is it makes sense that those would be the reaction of a market maker, whether I can profit from that or not, who the hell knows, but yeah, exactly. And all this other crap is just, I don't know, like liquidity sweeps. Well, okay, here was a liquidity sweep and yeah, they went the other way. Here was a liquidity sweep and they went, where am I? Wrong chart. Sorry about that. Here's a liquidity sweep and they went up. Here's one. Here's one. Yeah, I guess so. So I guess they do. It just quantifies the how far. This would have been a nice one. Here. I guess I just am a wuss. I don't know. I guess the further down I get, the more spooked I become. Yeah, exactly. You got it, magic. Yeah, I'm telling you, the first RTH1 or what, that first, say 2 hours or 2 and change, that's about, and then all of a sudden people start forcing trades and crap. And if you look back, okay, rearview mirror, isn't it? How clear. So you got short right there, and now you're still short, and you're up. What are we talking about here? 64, 97, 30 handles, 33 handles, ish. Not quite. Whatever this says, 82. Yeah, of course, but. Yeah. Well, I suppose it would be like the MBO. I suppose options data has got to have a function similar to MBO, because that's the whole theory about MBO. That data has been available for years. But the exchange used it for, that's how they bill. That's how they, do the accounts for winners and losers and whatever. It's all, that stuff's all been flagged and tagged for a long time. And I guess that's what must happen in the options market also. I'm still just pretty, yeah. I'm still pretty amazed that this hasn't been available somehow or another on the Tasty stuff. I haven't looked at the new Lost Dog platform or whatever, this third one these guys are starting. Maybe all this is built in on it. Yeah, that IB continuation, absolutely. Take the IB out. Oopsie, take the IB out. Retrace. Can't get anywhere. IB continuation. Old fashioned. Oh, damn. I don't know what I got stuck in. Maybe cat hair. Old fashioned IB continuation trade. And then there's there's the previous RTH low there. They didn't get any. Where'd they go short? I don't have any move down on the, or maybe it's the ES. Oh yeah, I guess it's on your ES. And there's the P low there. Down here, sure, yep. But it's unlike that here. See the previous low here? We're right at it now. Well, open interest is only tabulated at the end of the day. Maybe it's a continual, moving target all day long. I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Look at how you're, it is not getting below more than two handles below RTH low in the MES, and the ES is way down there. That's amazing. I think it's more based on order types. I don't know. Maybe not. There's an interesting YouTube video from a long ago called Trading Machines. And it's a, I don't know, Wall Street Journal or somebody documentary thing about a guy named Chaim Bodick and a company he started. And some pretty interesting revelations there about how rigged things really are at the exchange level. Pretty interesting, and I assume true. They made a lot of pretty, claims that would have been taken to task, I suppose, if they were not true. Let's see if I can not completely screw everything up here and look at the well, no. Is this right? 64.5. Oh, I'm looking at the NQ. Goddamn. Oops. Stupid. I'm looking down here at the NQ going, oh, look. Man, I need to go to bed. That's obvious. I'm out there like Pluto. Or go to work for SpaceX, I guess. I'm out there like Pluto. Yeah. Wrong everything. Yeah, I don't see any movement below previous lows here. Previous RTH low on my stuff. On either ES or MES. It was now that I'm not looking at the NQ anymore. Another pretty interesting one you might be, I think you're aware of Patrick Boyle, right? Look at the latest one he's got about this guy named Leopold, whatever. I don't know whether you've heard the story about this kid or not, but freaking amazing. 24 years old, never been a trader, never had anything to do with finance. His resume is he worked for a year for Sam Beckman-Fried, and he worked for a little while at Anthropic and was fired. So he starts his own hedge fund, gets a bunch of investors in Silicon Valley that throw money at him to $44 billion. Lost almost all of it in like a week. And what do you suppose the upshot is? People are waiting in line to invest. It's just freaking amazing. I mean, obviously that's a short version of the thing, but it's amazing. It is a crazy world. Not a stupid kid. He graduated from Cornell at 19. But so what? It doesn't say in what, Pretty weird. A lot of craziness out there, I'll tell you. The best part is that everybody lost money and billions of dollars, and he's got people trying to invest.
Oh, I thought you meant Pilo. Well, okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. The Ibilo, yeah. I was thinking you put Pilo. I was not reading right. Yeah, that's a nice IB continuation, actually. Actually. Or if you want to be real, if you want to be real static about it, it's a bar trade. So there's the bar, there's the breakout, there's the retest. Context is down, so you get short. Yeah. Rearview mirror, clear the bell. Bod gamma. Yeah, right at the bottom of that distribution, I would say, and mid and VWAP and all that. And the 25%. And what else we got over here? What's this guy over here? VWAP? Yeah, our VWAP. Well, the P-shaped profile is supposed to be short covering, which means buying. So, what are they doing down here? They were definitely doing some buying at the top of there. I have no idea whether it matters on this bush thing anymore, but on my little GEX thing over here, we came right down, tagged the mid, and turned around. And those levels were in there since this morning, since we talked about it last. What that means, I don't know. It's just observation. Kind of a coincidence, though. Oh, I heard something, Anton, that you'll like. I was listening to or reading something about Dow and how he, started his theory back in around the turn of the century. And one of the things he observed was that the market often retraced to the around 30% or to 60% when it was, and he was always only looking at daily or longer term stuff, but which I believe pretty much is pretty close to the Fibonacci thing, right? That's one of the Dow's observations. Charles Dow, I think it was. Yeah. I don't know how much of that really applies to anything I do, because it's all, longer time frame, higher time frame. Interesting, though. Yeah, well, something like that. Yeah, 61 or something. Interestingly enough, the thing I heard that I listened to on, I don't know, History Channel or something about Fibonacci, he didn't ever really come up with a Fibonacci level thing. His whole deal was about accounting and numbers when he went to live in North Africa. I think it was Morocco with his father, who was a trader. And then, but because of the some of the stuff he worked out, turns out that they attributed those levels or those recurring levels to him. Was the thrust, was an interesting part of that story. Now, who knows? How the hell do I know if it's true? But I assume so. What am I doing here? There we go. Well, let's see what happens when they get back to the mid thing on the GEX story. Yeah, that would have been an asymmetrical trade, or could have been. Yeah. I don't know whether the air quality is shit or what, but I can't stop scratching my eyes. And we have higher lows and higher highs. And we haven't gotten over the IB low yet. Or back to it even. 927. Let's see if I understand all of what you're typing over there. Let's see here. What? 9:30. Okay. 9:30. Oh, wait a minute. You're on Eastern Standard. Never mind. Hold the phone. Yeah, right. Or conformational bias or whatever else. But my stuff doesn't even come close to any of that. I don't think. Oh, wait a second here. I got to get a little different. Yeah. Okay. 9 o'clock. 9:30. And 77.93. Is that right? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so you're starting way before the. Okay. I'm looking at the RTH. Never mind. All right. Went down to 6,900. Ish. 71. Okay, close. I got to do it on Trading View, I think, because I don't have fibs anywhere here. I guess there's fibs on IRT, but I never did it. Used them. I think it's real simple on Trading View. Oh man, God, my eyes. Yeah, there's anything that works is what to do. Oh, look at us go. Dumperoonie. Wow. Put some drops in my eyes, come back, and the market fell out of bed. Let me see if I can get my eyes focused again now and see what's really going on. Let's see now, trading view here, okay. Let's look at the other one. So I don't screw this one up. Okay, where's the Fibonacci thing here? Gann and Fibonacci tools. Fibonacci retracement, okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Well, that's not a guess. That's pretty freaking obvious. Yeah, there's a swing high. Or are you talking about way over in London? No. You're talking about the swing high just before the open, which is this one right here, I think. So there's that one, and then there's a swing low. And that's... I must be doing this wrong. It's not any of those percentages. Or maybe I have the wrong tool going. I don't know. I don't know anything about this and that. I'll play with this thing some later on, I guess. That doesn't make any sense at all. Because you go to the swing low, right? Or is that here? And then 50% would be up here, yeah. I don't know. I think that's what I got here. I thought that's what I had. Hold on. Fib retracement. There you go. Yeah. So there you are. There's the start. There's the swing high. And there's the swing low. Or I guess you could be, I guess strictly speaking, this is a swing low. So then I guess then this pullback here is between 38 and 50, about midway. Then there'd be another one, I guess. I'll have to read your thing and play with this later. What's going on over here? They're falling out of bed. Another big, all kinds of sell volume down here. Magic's probably short like yeah. A sweep, a short, 2 icebergs, 3 French ends, and a partridge in a pear tree. Jesus. I think this has done something magical. Oh, back to the mid again. I bet you money. Through it. They punched through it, and now they're back at it again. With this is my GEX version. Or not mine, but you know what I mean. Oh, man. No, I've been doing them right there. Hey, babe. I have to go do something about my eyes. Okay, I should be able to play with that fib thingy over here. So let's see now. You go from the swing high to the swing low, right? Well, there's the first swing low. So swing high at your time 9:25. Swing low is this is 5 minutes. Swing low is at 9:35, so 10 minutes. Let's see what you set up here. 9:27. 9:69. Oh, wait a minute here. 72. You know what? It makes a difference what candlestick you're looking at. That's another thing with fibs. I remember that now. Because my swing low, the first swing low I have is 274, not 69. Oh, but then it's again, you're looking at ES. Never mind. I'll deal with ES later. But yeah, thanks. Appreciate the heads up. Yep. Boop. Boom. There we go. Well, they're just hanging all around that mid. That's pretty amazing. Whatever that level means. I guess that's the mid between the at the money and the GEX flip, or the max pain and the GEX flip. I remember when I first came over here from Africa and was going to be a, rich trader. I remember a couple of people that were trading in there. I actually ended up with a trading room, I don't know why I do that, but I did at that time. And a couple of people in there were using the alligator. Remember what the alligator is? That's three moving averages of different links. I forget what they are. I think it's the 9 and the 20 and the something else. And if the alligator's mouth is open when they cross over, you get short and long and all that. Hey, if it works, I don't care what it is. There was a lady in Austin, Texas, Roya. I remember, never forget her. In there, and she made money supposedly hand over fist trading that thing, and tried to tell me all about how to do it, and I could never make it come right. But yeah, whatever works, that's for sure. Or at least that's my opinion. So there's a breakout and a retest. Do I think it's going to go down some more? I have no idea. I think we almost got to the gap high of the 8th. That's got to have been traded over by now. I'm a bad little pig. I didn't clear that off. There you go. Well, if you just look at the context, it's a pretty smooth slope down with a little, buy the dip or sell the rips and buy the dips or something. However that goes. Yeah, that's exactly right. I hear you completely. Top of the hour, I'm gonna go shower and all that midday stuff and put some stuff in my eyes, just lay down and let it. That left eye's about ready to jump out of my head. Well, this is kind of one of those. I don't think I ought to go short and whole ideas. And I suppose it's going to continue to go down, but there was a get on spot, and then I suppose just keep, if you want to look back in the rearview mirror as far as you can, go back to the high of the day, and then just consider the fact that you're still short. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But I'm not any of that stuff, so. Did you try I didn't even think about it because I was busy thinking. Did you even look at never got close to the open. Wow. Never even got near there again, did it? Just open and bing, bang, boom, down she went. Wow. Mm-hmm. I didn't convert quick enough to thinking about the 5-minute retrace to the open. I was still doing this at 5:36. You're talking about, well, naked POCs below. Let's just see over here. On the, there you go. Yeah, there's 77.30 half. Are you looking at? Yeah, okay. Got the right screen and everything, aren't I? I'm really whiz bang today. That's from the 6th. Here's today. Yesterday's been whacked. The day, before that was whacked, and this one was knocked out. Then we drop out of this distribution completely, or this micro completely, and we've got another one at 632. These are not something I drew. These are, automatics. So I believe them. Now this is RTH MES daily. So yeah. Oh, wait a second here. Hold on. Never mind. I'm sorry. I forget you're a big shot. Reading it. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. There you go. 30 half. 32.75, and then down below that's the 13.75 and points south. Well, I'm pretty freaking disappointed I'm not short. That's where we're going. But yeah, I don't know either. And actually, if you look on my regular Renko chart, you'll see that 77.30 half is down here, and that is, guess what? A naked point of control. But I can't zoom over. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I can do this from over here, whatever day I said it was. So yeah, it ties up every which way you look. That would be from 4 days ago. Thursday, the 6th. What's today? 11th? 5 days ago. Well, trading days. Yeah, it's okay. Would be great. I think I'll just get short and go take a nap. Wake me up when I'm rich. And when you look back in the rearview mirror, it's like, okay, I got short right over here. Yeah, and I'm up in a gazillion points. I don't know why that hard right edge is so tricky. Why it's so devious and not so clear like the rearview mirror. Maybe I do. Let me go see what Static's up to. Let's see if any of the boys are making big money. I'm afraid to go to TLab. Nope. What is a hillock? Yeah, you might be right about that lower we go story. How low can we go, kind of thing. Okay, let me just check. 77.45. Huh. Well, I've got on my stuff, which is, as we all know, who knows? This is from the Cartoon Network. 77.5 minus 146. Says at the monies. So beats me. But this is MES. So there's that. Daffy and Donald and Elmer Fudd and everybody over here helping me trade. These are the kind of days that get a lot of people in trouble because you know the FOMO monkey boy starts jumping around and beating you over the head and explaining to you how wonderful it would be to get short and all that stuff. And it's when you look back, it was a great idea. It was a great idea to get short. It was a great idea to get short right here. Oops, right here, right here, right. You know, pick one. Pick any swing high. It was a great idea to get short. But it just keeps building up, or at least that's what happens with me. And then I just have to keep vigilant about not succumbing to the wiles of the monkey boy. Maybe I ought to call it monkey girl. Maybe that sounds better. I sound kind of weird the other way. And every time I see one of these days, in my mind, I'm going, the next time one of these days starts out, and I'm just going to short the swing high and make an asymmetrical trade and hell with it. See what happens. And I never do. So I don't know what to think. I mean, because it's got nothing to do with anything structural or, you know, data or any driven or anything else. So that's just pure gambling. Maybe that's the way to approach it. Let me see if any of this cartoon GEX deal over here lines up with your thingy. When you're talking about the next big options level, are you talking about the SPX or the ES? I'm assuming the SPX. Oh, no. No, 7,700 is the, on this thing is it. Let's see. You see? 7740. This thing's got a level here at 7750, but they're same story, you know. Let's try the. Yeah. $50, getting worse instead of better. No. Same. Oh well. I guess Toonville over Toonville is gonna has a different deal. Okay. Well, if what I have heard about this GEX story is correct, the further we go down, the more selling the market makers got to be doing. Because the retail is buying our wait a minute here. I don't know what these boxes mean. I guess that's just a range on either side. 25, 44. Well, as they sell means that the dealer's buying. So in order to hedge, they or the market maker's buying. So to hedge him, he's got to sell the underlying, meaning that it's supposed to keep going. Yeah, that's what I have on the SPX, and my ES stuff is the 50s in Toonville. Down on the bottom. Down on the bottom. Oh. Now this is goofy because this mid is from this morning, I guess, which is I gotta make sure I update that more often. I didn't realize that. The mid is 77.62.5. According to this thing. Am I on the right thing? Yeah. And I didn't update it. No, I did. What the hell's going on? Why is this over here? Huh. Doesn't seem like this thing is working right. $77.62.5. Why is this damn thing down here somewhere? In the high volume thingy. IVL. What's going on here? Is it high LV or high VL? How could it be different? Oh. Well, they're gonna go slamming into whatever that is pretty quick. HVL. HVL, okay. I've got that spelled wrong on IRT. That's, where am I? Okay. Oop. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. And let's go down here. Come on. Don't be mean now. 466. It's HVL. VL. Not that that matters, but you get the idea. $77.62.5. I'm trying to figure out why this mid is completely out there like Pluto. It's supposed to be here. Man, best laid plans of mice and men, right? Yeah, now who's buying options from traders that are selling them. Is it the market maker or is it other traders? I suppose if they're buying them, then that's exactly why they've got to short the underlying to hedge. At least that's how I get it. That's how I've got it in my brain. I'm trying to figure out why this level is not where it belongs. It's 462, right? GEX flip is right. This mid. Here. Okay. I'm gonna open something in Dropbox here real quick. Like I hope I can do that without breaking everything. It's not plotting right. Come on, man. $462 mid. 77.62 half. I got no idea what that's. Okay. I give up. There's a little trickle there. There's 322 at wherever we are. 50s, I guess. Yeah, definitely heading lower. There's no doubt about that. They've only got 20 handles to go, and they're down at that naked volume point of control. Which is, they're at a high volume node now. Does that matter? Yep. Well, the mid is still in the wrong spot. I have no idea why. It's 10 handles off. That's ridiculous. But anyway. Yeah. Well, I got short at the opening at the opening print. And I actually did. That's actually pretty funny. Almost the opening print. That was the first, that was the trade. That's the magic box. In the first 30 seconds, I was short. And if I'd have just stayed there, guess what? And of course, I knew that. Well, we just went zooming through 77.5 over here and heading lower on this thing. I mean, obviously the price in this stuff is correct, assuming that this stuff is more or less there. Okay, great. And this doesn't do that. This has the max pain at 77.25. The largest bunch of shorts down here, it looks like, are 7,700. But it only does them every so often, you know. I think you can do something about that. I think you can adjust the maximum. Wait a minute. Nobody move. Oh, this has got to be updated. Updates available. Update to the latest version. Well, there you go. What happened? It updated to the latest version and it went away, huh? Well, that sucks. What is this? S&R 100. I have no idea what the hell that even is. Shows zones. Pivot sensitivity. I don't know what the hell that is. There's nothing I put on there. Well, that sucks. My GEX boy went away. Aw. Come on. Not play, GEX boy. Well, let's see here. I think I had that probably favoritized, I hope. I guess not. Son of a gun. That sucks, the big one. Huh. I think this was it here, wasn't it? First of all, I'll make that thing. And do this. Then do this. Oh, he's changed it all around and broken it. Oh, he's done something here. Something happened. Okay. Well, that sucks, the big one. I updated this thing and it's completely fudido. That's exactly fudido. He completely screwed everything up. Well, thanks a lot, my brother. Well, now I don't have the fibs anymore. I wonder if I can do that, roll that back somehow. Look at there. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? We don't want to update because it's the wrong freaking thing. Thank you so much. Settings. At the strikes below ATM. Ladder with bars. Ladder offset from price bars. Expiration sources. Manual expiration. Well, let's make it 8 and see what that does. Maybe that'll make a difference. I don't know. Oh yeah, okay. So there's all these below and above, all these strikes above and below and here that I just added in there. I don't guess that makes any difference. That's above the at the money, so I don't think that makes any difference. That I can see. So I'm going to go back to 6. Note to self, don't update that. Okay, well. Max Payne 77 quarter, according to this. Yeah, there's a lot of people that think fibs are pretty snazzy. And a lot of guys that just trade, trend lines and moving average crossovers and all that. Those guys on Top Step trade, they supposedly make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're trading 3-bar breakouts of, on a 200 moving average and a 9 or a 20 or something like that. I forget what it is. And yeah. I don't really know what I would love to be able to just do something stupid like that. Or not stupid, but simple, I should say. And then that begs the question, if we watch stuff like that, why don't we just do it? Other than all the stuff we do. That Jay, whatever his name is, the black kid on Top Step, he's got a trade, Coach Jay. He's got called the J trade, and I forget exactly what it is, but basically a 3-bar reversal at the 9 EMA or something like that. And, it always pays off. And I haven't looked at any of that crap in a long time. And that Dakota guy, he, same thing. 3-bar reversals and makes money all the time. Cool. Yeah, I don't, as you, obviously, I don't, obviously. I tell you what I am going to do, though. I'm going to step away and put something in my eyes before I go crazy. I wouldn't really have any idea how to play this other than looking in the rearview mirror, and which is meaningless because it's the rearview mirror. And I'm sure there are those who would say, well, you know, shorted right here. Just like right here, just like right here, just like right here, just like right here, you know. Any of those pullbacks, sell the rips and buy the dips. There's a double high. There's the exact copy of this right here. That price action is deceiving, I would say, for me anyway. All right, I'm going to step away for midday here and take a shower and get that some drops in my eyes and whatever else. My eyes going crazy. Crazy. Panda. Wow, what a day, huh? And I got such a little teeny piece of it. So let's see here. What are we doing? I'm just in here myself. Yeah, welcome. If you're new to the stream, thanks a lot for stopping by. Appreciate it. It'd be a big help if you like and subscribe. Join the chat. Thing happened there. We had a disconnect. Oh, we're back back again, I guess. Something's going on with the chat. I'm not sure what. Is the stream still streaming? Yeah. At least the stream's going. I don't know what's up with the chat. It seems to be falling in and out. I don't know why. And no missed drop frames or anything. Let's check up here. I guess not. So it looks like everything's okay now, I guess. Yeah, we're in the power hour. Risk neutral trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I see on my my primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are captured in the video, and then my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking, puts the what I was thinking piece into the recording. And it is it makes for a complete trading journal. Seems like the chat's falling in and out when I look at OBS, but I don't see any issues. I don't see any issues. Try typing something on OBS and see what it does. Yeah, instantly. I don't know. It keeps saying chat's disconnected and reconnected and whatever else. I don't know. Seems like it works, so okay. If anybody else is around out there, drop something in the chat, will you? Just, test or something like that. Yeah, all right. So, strange day. But Anton's got to go. So, yeah, he's the fib guy. Yeah, me too. How you doing? I was just reading through the I don't know. It seems like everything's working okay in the chat, but when I look at OBS, it says disconnected, reconnected. Not the stream, but just the chat thing. I don't know what the hell's going on over here. It's got all the levels pushing properly here. I was just doing that. So that's correct. And interesting, just a slow grind, huh? Typically, it's the climb the stairs up and jump out the window down. Huh. They got it backwards here. I don't know how you're going to jump up the window, but maybe. Yeah. Well, good dad. Good dad, good break. If you're not, you know what I mean? If as a trader you're not done by 3 o'clock, well, in 30 minutes your time, which would be about 4, quarter to 4, and you're, you know what I mean? Oh, there we go. Yeah, disconnected, reconnected. It's doing that over here now. Yeah, I think the secret is to get our business done in the morning and be done with it. Continue to do the stream, but yeah, this is, unless you're savvy enough, which I am not, had I just left my trade alone, of course, this is hindsight, I'd still be in it, short from the open. Never, ever remotely any heat. So, yeah. Oops. So that's what to work on. School run for the kiddies. That's good. Ugh. Back to school, the middle of 1st of August. Wow. Your son didn't have much of a summer. He swam his ass off. And now he's going back to school. He didn't have any of that lay around and, swinging the hammock time. Not much of that, I guess. I listened to another while I was laying there with my eye drops in. This IQ. I don't know where this guy comes from or anything, but some of the content sounds reasonable to me, The latest one was this IQ, the IQ, what is it called? IQ trade, I guess, which I know you listened to the other day. Same outfit, that same funny guy with the tie and the suit and whatnot, but talking to some young fella, 26 or 3 or something or another year-old kid that won the Robbins World Cup Micro Challenge. I didn't know there were all these different kind of challenges. I really don't know what I'm saying, but he won something like that. But really articulate, very well spoken, and basically talking about the same stuff we talk about all the time. He does, looks at volume profile and market theory, and does it context first thing in the morning and the GEX levels, and it was kind of interesting. Well, I of course not. I don't think so. I don't know about waiting to be stopped. Are you talking about? Well, if they're short, I see. I don't think anybody's going to get stopped on a short position. But are you talking about the previous VPOC, that naked volume point of control, which is over here at 30? Those would be long guys, right? But like we've talked about so many times before. With the young, no. This is not the German fella. This is an American accent. I think, at least the first one that I watched was the German guy that had been a hedge fund person, or the video, they didn't show his screens. And then this one I just stumbled into, and I guess I had him confused from you, but yeah, very interesting. And as far as this thing that we were just talking about, it's the same thing we've discussed many times before. Are these guys that have been long from down here, up here, are they still holding here? I don't know of anybody that has that kind of, why? Maybe there are people that just put one on and then say, I'm going to wait till it goes to a new all-time high or stops me out. I can't imagine that, to be honest with you. That's part of the problem about a lot of these philosophies that bother me. That don't bother me, but just don't ring true to me. Oh, wait a second. Let me see if I can. If the market goes up, short retail traders will be buyers. Well, if the market goes up, short retail traders would be stopped out. Yeah. Because the market's going up. They'd buy into it and make it go higher. That's right. But in this case, with the market going down, that means that long traders are going to be selling it because they are that's their stops. Or they're getting out ahead of their stop. Okay, well, so you've already seen that of that young fella. Good. I thought I fell asleep actually, so I've got to get the middle piece out of it. But yeah, I was really impressed with it. He didn't look like, I was impressed when he started speaking about his articulate, and now it was almost like it was scripted because he was saying so many things about GEX, which I've read. Almost verbatim, so I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's AI. Maybe the whole thing's AI. What the hell do I know? But if it is, it's pretty complex AI with drawing the pictures on the whiteboard and all that. Yeah, short retail traders will be buyers. Absolutely. But the problem down here is, if you're talking about this this naked volume point of control, well, I don't want fractals. I want this one over here. If you're talking about this naked volume point of control from the 6th, they got out a long time ago. So what's going on now is buying. Now, are these buyers still holding on? I can't believe so. I don't know. Maybe people have that kind of, maybe people do that and let them, have a 50 point. I guess they do. Tom the trader guy, he has a 100-point stop, and however the hell you do that, the NQ and the Qs, but it's never that. It's really the CFD. So I don't know how that price hook relates to itself or to the real market. They came down really close to that max pain point. Looks like. Well, not really. 70, the 77 quarter. They got down as far as, they got a long way to go, I guess. They're 15 handles. And they did turn around at the high volume node, back up to the low volume node. He talks about a platform, hey, Magic. Yeah, if you got on the short, you're just Yahoo buckaroo. Let's go. Short him, baby. Yeah, we were just talking here a minute ago. I don't know whether you were listening or not, but if I just stayed on my short from the magic box this morning, I wouldn't have even had 1 degree of heat the entire day and still be in the short. Wouldn't that have been a lovely meal to set before the king? You bet. And the first little bit up here was pretty obnoxious, actually. But once it started getting kind of directional, it was pretty much, sell the rips, I guess. I didn't partake of any of that stuff, but that's it. Yeah, and I took it off because I wussed out on it. I took it, well, you can't even see it. I took it off here. I trailed up too tight and took it off right there. And it, you know, in a little bit, it came down and took off my target. What I should have done was nuke the target or thrown it way below and then just keep trailing the swing highs, I guess. But here's my entry, and there was my original stop, and it never came even back close. Disappointing. And there was my long if it had gone that direction. So that's pretty funny. Thank you. Thank you. Anton, in that video, that kid, that young fella talks about a tool he uses for the GEX levels. And I have to go listen to it again. It was a funny name also, but it seems like this one. Now, I did find something before that I had never really checked before, but these levels definitely do update during the day, because I just went through these because I couldn't understand why they weren't pushing properly across to Bookmap. And some of these levels had changed from what I typed in earlier this morning. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm not, sneezing it. I am sneezing in a certain degree, but I'm pleased with, 49 ticks times 5, right? So, yeah. But this, I have to just up this game, and this has to continue from now on through the end of at least this month, or I got to shut this down and go look for a job or something, because I'm not keeping up with the Joneses over here. It's pretty disappointing in my age, but I didn't plan the company that I'd been with for years to be bought and everybody be turned loose at the drop of a hat. So anyway, that's yeah, our POC is way above us, right, way up here at 82.5. Now I'm assuming that's what everybody else has. 83.25 up here, according to this one. And what does this say? Yeah, 83.25. There we go. Yeah. But not by much, just by this little pokey out nose over here. Well, that's enough. I think volume is still pretty light also, which is another one of these. Oh, it picked up. It was 63 last time I looked. Okay. Maybe closing swing tradey. Oh, 60. Oh, wait a second. What'd you say? 57. Okay. Yeah, right here. Developing value area low. Maybe. And then we've got liquidity that's been off and on in the book for, donkeys here since 77.60. According to my thing here. And remember, these lines are these heat map things are only how I set them. The real liquidity at every level is right here. So, if I have it more than 2.25, then it's going to show up. If I don't, it won't. But that over in the heat map, but the liquidity is always the book. This is the full level 2 book always. Wow. 1430. Holy smokes. Well, market recap. Try to stick to this script a little bit, or my usual plan a little bit. You guys know everything better than I do, probably. here we have the world famous star of stage, screen, and television, Blue Boy over here, which is just a vertical line on the first print of every session. And this column right here, this area to the right of this line, is the live market right here, right now. So there is no possibility that I'm ever don't understand context, and you can see what we've been having. Lower lows, lower highs through the entire day. Disappointingly, I didn't maximize the trade I took, but you know, better than a sharp stick in the eye. And as Anton just pointed out, we haven't had a VPOC migration all freaking day, except this little square dance they did over here in the beginning in the first hour and 20 minutes. That's kind of amazing. And IRT is my basic charting package. Anytime you're looking at any one of this window, you can always look in the header of any chart, and there is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. These are the micros. These are the minis. Boop. Now the market profile chart, which is this little guy right over here, I don't change it between mini and micro, but I do change from RTH to full session when that happens. And this is the high time frame. So MES daily chart, 1 day periodicity, and RTH session only. So every one of these represents an RTH day. There was yesterday, here's today, etc. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates the microcomposite VPOC, these high and low volume nodes, which represent... No, I thought I changed that. What's going on here? I did change that. Am I losing my mind? God, I hate it when that happens. Huh. I'll be go to hell. This morning I changed this blue color here on all of these things, and it didn't keep. I'll be go to hell. Well, anyway, never mind. This dark blue is hard for me to see the variations, so I changed it this morning on these visible ones and didn't stick. Anyway, these high and low volume nodes here of the market of this volume profile are represented by the red and green lines. So those values are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. And that's what you see over here. These are the high and low volume nodes from that or for that micro composite. And here's the session, these are like the micro composite VPOC and the session prices and all of that. So let's get on to the stuff we normally do in the wee hours here. Oh, so the Panama Canal's charging for passage, but that's a big no-no somewhere else. Wow. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this, something else more important. Let's look at tomorrow. Ooh, looky here, CPI. Well, there you go. Core just the CPIs at 7:30. Earnings, we are in this is investing.com. You can filter for whatever you want to, wherever reports you are, where you live in the country. It's free. That's why there's all these freaking ads. But this way anybody can, I figure use tools that anyone can use without costing anything if I can. Earnings here for the week, for tomorrow. Cisco, 10 cents. Honhai, Tokyo Marine, no, none of the real biggies. So we're okay for a while in that regard. And the other news source that I use frequently and all the time, every day, is Financial Juice. One thing about investing.com I forgot to mention, if you do use it, they only report traditional economic numbers. They don't pull random Trump's going to say something into their calendar at all. And I appreciate that when I'm making screen snaps or whatever. I want to talk about and think about the real stuff, traditional stuff. And also notice that the event title of each if you hover over it, turns to a URL. So if you don't know what ADP employment change is, you can click that and go find out all about it. Now, Financial Juice, on the other hand, does pull random things into the auction. Things that they believe and that most traders understand could have an impact on the auction. Now, this is 1,800 today, so unless that number is off, which it is not, it's not going to bother me much, but it could, if you're trading the Globex Open. And then they have the squawk box on this side, which is pretty handy. And it's sometimes the only place you can get up to the minute what's going on. For example, today when we had that, what the hell happened here? For example, today when we had that big dump, I was able to jump over here and my first reaction was there's news, and I was able to jump over here and see this. And that's exactly what happened. And it was 10:28 or whatever in the morning. And that was exactly the news that precipitated that big dump. And of course, nobody can do anything about random, a random Trump tweet or some global thing like that deal from Iran. But as traders today, in my opinion anyway, our first and foremost, responsibility or job is to preserve your account. And the way to do that, I believe, fundamentally is risk management. So I appreciate when I can have access to random things, Trump stuff, because it's risk. And how can you manage risk if you don't know what's coming? So there you go. Now, on the Squawk Box side of life, we're going to get the market on close and balance today at 1450. Every day every trading day at 1450. And yesterday they were all sell side, big time, plus $1 billion. So we'll see what happens today. And that's kind of it for the market recap. We know we got CPI tomorrow, so that's going to be a mover. No real earnings happening. So, there you go. And I only had the one trade today, the Magic Box. Courtesy of our best friend, Magic Man. It's pretty frustrating, though, when you look at where that stop is and you don't see any price there ever getting up there the rest of the day. Meaning that if I wasn't such a useless puke, I would have been able to hold that all the way down to here. Did we? Let's see. It was 77.30. Well, more than one tick. It's 10 ticks away that I have. But yeah. Oh wait, I'm looking at the micros. You guys are probably looking at the minis, I guess. I don't know. Let's look. Big shot mini guys. Mini. Me too, actually. 77.30s. And it got pretty close. The low is, wait a minute here. What's going on? 73.25 half. What the hell is going on? You see that? Something's goofy over there. Oh, something's, yeah, it's froze up or something. Okay. I'm going, wait a minute. That can't be right. Now it's moving. $77.38, and it's 77.30 half. So pretty close. That I have. If I forget and I'm moving one of these info boxes and I don't click again, it still thinks I'm trying to move it somewhere, and then nobody does anything. Yep, almost got up here to your 27s or 57s. Actually, it did get there, didn't it? Because this, no, not quite. No, not quite. Didn't quite get down to that naked volume point of control either, though. Well, I hope you were on that, Anton. A good call. You always seem to get those. Well, don't have nearly that. Got to get my crystal ball into the goddamn shop, I think. Get some big tires on that thing. Chrome pipes. Put an Isky Roller 500 cam in there, and that'll show them who's boss. I wonder if any of that stuff, even say the hot rod stuff, even still exists. I guess hot rods kind of went the way of the dodo when somebody showed them that an electric car can run circles around them. Oh, there you go. You're right. I'm sorry. My condolences there, Magic. Disculpa. I apologize. I was thinking I didn't look at the name. I just read through it and saw it. I'm looking for 57 or 77.57. I thought, well, look at this guy go. $6 minutes, 5 minutes and a half or so until the market unclosed in balance. I don't trade at this point. Barely trade at all, but I don't at this point. I did notice that young man that was being interviewed that won that, whatever the hell it is, Robbins something. I thought there was only like one Robbins Cup. It was a really big thing, but if I'm not mistaken, I'll have to listen again. I could swear the guy said he won the Robbins Micro Monthly Cup. Do they have a monthly, whatever you call it, competition, challenge, or something? Anyway, I think he interestingly said that his problem was not over trading but under. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Well, you're narrowing. You're closing in on it, Magic. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. The only thing I've ever heard about is that ICT guy, whatever his freaking name is always, is always talking about it and has gotten like just completely skunked, gone broke every time he's ever entered it or something. I heard somebody talking about it. You know how that goes. And I have no idea if that's true. He did or not or any of that. I just heard Eman or whatever his name is, I think was talking about it once on something I was listening to. I don't know anything about it at all. I guess I could Google it, but I don't figure I'm need to be doing any challenge reading cup challenges. Well, about a minute till the market on close. Well, these administration people, they can't get enough, shilling for trades. We welcome the release of Muse Glimmer, Meta's Muse Glimmer, and then there's the ticker symbol. I guess they're all getting on the act now. There's the market on close imbalance, by the way. Sell side across the board once again today. Do I have it on the right window? No. There we go. Don't call me a liar. 1,249,000,000 minus 637 million minus 357 million minus 482 million. These are all sell side. And this is imbalance, meaning there could be 10 billion contracts for sale or trades offered, but the imbalance is 1,249,000,000 to the sell side. There's 1,249,000,000 more contracts for sale than there is to buy, or sell orders than there is buy orders, as I've got it. And we all know how I get things. Oh, baby. Mama likes daddy bringing home the buck. Mama needs a new pair of shoes. Look out. Good for you. Mama needs a new pair of shoes. Well, wouldn't say I'm over the moon happy, but I am pleased that I got to break this thing. Magic, thanks a lot, Anton, for your advice, help, and support, and Magic for the magic box suggestion. And just keep banging them out, you know. I got to up the ante big time and in a hurry. So, or not the ante, but the volume, you know. Being this wussaholic over here, not trading is as bad as over trading, I think. Well, it's not. You're not losing any money, but you're not making any money. What's the difference? I mean, at the end result. If you know what I mean. Well, let's see. It's 34C. It did rain yesterday, finally. And now I suppose it, won't tonight. But anyway, I'll go reset the hoses and all that noise. Oh. Uh-oh. Bang the old microphone. So you're figuring it's a closing swing trade, Anton? Take care, Magic. Yeah, I'm glad you had a good day, my brother. 'Thanks again for the heads up on the magic box. $250 absorbed contracts here. And a little iceberg or sweeps or whatever the hell those are. Stops, I think. These little symbols mean different stuff, and I always got the absorption one and the iceberg ought to look like an iceberg, right? A little pointy part and a big bottom. What should they do? But then it's doing this now, so I'm not sure what's up. The absorption ones look like upside down icebergs. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, maybe that is what it is. Maybe the concept is an upside down iceberg and they're absorbing. Yeah, okay, maybe so. And it's the first time I ever thought of that. Looked like a sailboat to me. I'm going, what the hell they got a sailboat on there for? Here we go for that market on close. No, it hasn't migrated 1 iota since quarter to 10, basically, or 50 to 10 minutes to 10 Central Standard Time. They better hurry if they're going to do something here. They're running out of daylight. I would think. Here they go. I mean, of course, there's still a whole other hour left, so on your own account, you can do what you like. Well, there's 10 handles if you took that low. Again, I have the scale screwed up, so I don't recognize what's really going on. And that is something's just moving around. What is it? Okay, my charts. Well, I hope you pick some out of that, Anton, or are picking some out of that. We got a poor low, huh? Oh, no, we don't. Never mind. I didn't see that other J down there. I don't think I've ever seen or noticed anyway a gap in the market profile. It's got to be just a misprint or something in the way, I guess. Well, mine didn't. I'm not sure. It's got a long way to go. We got 60 to 6,500 up here, and these are at 90, 95 plus as far as my side goes on Bookmap. Micros, of course. Now the market profile VPOC is down here for sure at 77.52. I mean, that's definitely, but that's not the volume profile. That's the ES. Because I never changed the market profile from ES to MES. Boy, that did my eyes a world of good to put those drops in there and put a pillow over my head, dark and cool, you know. What a day. $50 handles, about a little more. All right, I think I'm going to wind this up. Thanks for coming by. Anybody who did, Anton, it's always great. Appreciate it a lot. And for all the rest of you out there, anybody else that's around, remember to work-life balance is really important with this, especially with this job, because it's so easy to become engrossed and you just turn into a, mushroom growing on your desk. Make sure that you are well rested, well hydrated, get a lot of, if you're on emotional tilt, throw the mouse in the garbage, This is one of the most competitive jobs or endeavors that there is. And the people on the other side of the trades are some of the most highly educated, well-paid, well-supported people or machines there are. That's why these people like Citadel and the high frequency guys and the traders are making, they make billions of dollars a year. They do that And you need to remember that futures is a zero-sum game, which means that every time anybody enters a trade, there's no such thing as more winners than losers or more, sellers than buyers. It's exactly the same. It's zero sum. So for every time someone loses a dollar or makes a dollar, somebody loses one. Whether that somebody is a person or an algorithm or us. So that's important to remember. All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, you too, Anton. Take care. I'm going to. Nice trade on that closing swing trade if you took it off these lows, by the way. And I am going to shut her down too. So thanks a lot for coming by. Remember that Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal, every day, every trading day from 8 Central Standard Time until 1500. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. And if I do a evening or Globex Asia Open, for example, stream, I'll just, put it up there and schedule it like normal.